Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, March the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Pepe, in our YouTube room, and William, etc., in our other room. So we're good to go in both rooms right now, guys. Well, market's down again. What else is new? Market's down again. Let's take a look at some of the ones that are moving higher right now. First, there's Don. Okay, now Don, you were right, William. I guess that rumor of a buyout is now true. Day One Pharmaceuticals to pay 87.7 million if the deal is terminated under certain circumstances. So if this deal is terminated, Don is going to have to pay a bunch of money. But right now, it looks like the deal is going through. Big pop, boy, almost not quite a double. And that's Dawn, DAWN. PRSO. This is up, trading higher after the company announced Intact selected its 60 gigahertz millimeter wave technology, etc. Drone play, basically, let's just call it what it is. It's a drone play, PRSO. This is a 1 for 20, a 1 for 12 reverse split, and they've regained NASDAQ compliance. That is CRE. No real reason why it's up other than that. TURB. I don't see any specific reason for. I didn't realize this is out of Spain. Okay, there's a Spanish flag. Yeah, don't see any specific other than it's an energy play. Okay, a lot of the energy plays, of course, Battalion, BATL. Crazy. What did it get up to yesterday? Got up to 27.72 yesterday, and it is, but it closed down here at 18, and now it's approaching yesterday's high. BATL. TPET, another little energy play. TPET, TPET. Indo, another little energy play. You guys are getting what the theme is today, of course, energy stocks. Now, let's take a look at now this PMAX. This is down. It's not an earnings play. Looks like it's some kind of a financing, 74.8 million shares. The gap, guys, the gap is moving down. This is an earnings play. William, we're just talking about that one regarding trying to compare it with AEO. So the gap is an earnings play. There is the 200-day moving average. Will it hold? Will it hold? Tech is moving down. Also, big Canadian resource play. Tech is moving down, challenging 50 TECA. Tech Resources to sell zinc, silver, and germanium to Korea Zinc at higher prices in 2026. All right, well, it's moving down on that news. Okay. Does Dawn look, in terms of what, PJ? It's a buyout, so that's why you have the pop up here. It's a buyout. $2.5 billion. Is this a private company, the Servier? See if it is. SERV. Looks like this is a private company. Yeah, I don't see it. Don't see it here. So it must be a private company doing it. Boy, tech. Right at $50, guys. Big, important psychological number, in my opinion. Sitting right on 50, 50.07 right now, and that is Tech, CECK. Moment, guys. All right, guys. So what else here? So this PMAX, okay, that's a cheap one. Another one. You know what? You know what I found? I didn't know there was such a thing. Take a look at SPYU. SPYU. I didn't even know there was such a thing. This is a four timer for the S&P for the SPY, a four timer. So this is down 5%, 5.3%. The SPY is down a little over 1%. This is a five timer. Oh, sorry, a four timer. I didn't realize there were any. I wonder what the if there was a reverse one to buy it. If you think the SPY is going to continue down. Well, guys, there's no point in really talking about all the ones that are going down. Okay, I mean it's the best hope I've got is maybe a little bounce in the market today. Maybe some of those ones that are going down for no reason other than the market is going down. It's not an earnings play. They don't have any specific news on their own. This one could get a little interesting. I actually didn't realize that. Yeah, this is shortable for me. Alloy, ALOY. I was, I was seriously considering taking a few shares right around here, holding overnight. I'm glad I didn't. They've done a financing. Okay, they've done a financing, a $50 million stock sale. It's at 18.50, so it's well below the financing price right now. This is Alloy continuing down, ALOY. The next low looking left is 13.93, and there are shares. Yeah, there's shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. 127,000 now. Volume is not huge yet, but this will come. I'm sure it's going to pick up. NUTX is an earnings play down 24%. The company, like, look at these results. Gotta see the numbers. Look at this, guys. I mean, they reported Q4 revenue $151 million versus 257 million last year. I mean, that is a big wow. Now they're claiming there's some one-time expenses, I guess, but down 24%, 24%. Okay, the gap is having a bit of a bounce, guys. There's that 200-day moving average. So, I mean, it's fairly close. Call it 24. Okay, call it 24. So it's a little bit above it. It got almost right into it. The actual number is 23.98. So let's call that 24 right there. Will it hold? Will that hold? I mean, it's already down 10%. The gap, it's an earnings play. Again, guys, there's no point. There's so many stocks. I mean, here's my gap down list. Oops, here's my gap down list. It's probably, yeah, there's my gap down list. Here's my gap up list, just a few. And picking up steam, that gap down list, picking up steam. So again, there's no real point in going over them all. I was looking at that IBG, but look what it did. I got up to 864, and now it's right back down to 5 underneath the 200, underneath the VWAP, and that is IBG. Yeah, Bitcoin's off 2,500 now, giving up 70,000 again, around 68,000, 68.7 thousand. My large cap winners could be interesting today, guys, because with the market doing again what it's doing on the, and what it did yesterday, probably not get, probably not going to get too many. So we have to concentrate on the ones that we do get. You're going to see that when I get my 9:30 layout up and running. Yeah, saw that, Obi. Thanks. It's some economic. Yeah, the jobs numbers came out today, I guess, at 8:30. That didn't help. We've got a few things. Let's see what happening. Let's see if anything's happening later. We've got a lot of numbers, used cars, let's say business inventories, retail inventories, business. I have no idea if that's going to have any effect. That's at 10 o'clock. Another little energy play, guys, USCG. There are shorts available today. I think this maybe, though they may come and go, this is the first time I've seen shorts for a while on the BATL. Maybe the first time ever. And that is BATL. Shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Of course, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Well, guys, let's take a look. It's not gonna be pretty now. I don't think we're gonna like what we're gonna see with XLF, the financial sector. Okay, well, actually sort of mixed yesterday, but still well below, well, not well below, but below the 200-day moving average. The financial ETF, the big one. XLE, I'm sure is running a little bit, yeah, well above. X. Actually, I want to see XWell. I saw this one yesterday, but I didn't see a chart. It didn't bring up a chart on it at all. Okay. Okay, retail. Let's take a look at retail. Might as well go over them all. Just want to see, there's retail. Look at that. So it hit the 200-day moving average. Did not, it looks like it closed right at it. So it is now underneath. So there's another one underneath the 200-day moving average. So we've got two now. And we had earlier, we also have discretionary, XLY, below. Well, it did not. It did not close below. Well, first time seeing this. Just give me a moment. I want to see. Oh, there it is. Let me see retail again. I just want to see if it closed below. Okay, so retail did not close below the 200-day moving average. It hit it, but did not close below it. So still, officially, the only one is financials, XLF. Take a look at the semis, XLK. XLK at one point 2 days ago, 3 days ago, got below it, but did not close below it. So technology sector is perilously close to that 200-day moving average. Why do we talk about it? The 200-day moving average is probably the most often used technical indicator out there. Where is, I haven't looked at, where is the SPY with respect to it? I mean, it's still going to be well above it. Yeah, I mean, it says 656. It's still well above it. Yeah, I would really be suspect of any stock that pops today on earnings, if there are any. I mean, I see GCO. GCO is popping on earnings. Not much volume though, 25,000 shares. It's popping on earnings. I don't know. GCO is one of those, William. So GCO again is popping a little bit on earnings, but there's no volume yet. I would be depending what the market does. I mean, listen, the market's kind of base. We could have a nice rally. Never know. Bernie Shaw in our YouTube room. This one, I don't know this one at all. SYNX. SYNX just popped here, guys. SYNX just popped. Wins a government tender offer valued at $400,000. Another defense stock, Israeli company. This just popped. Low float, 2.6 million. 81,000 have traded so far. Just one moment, please. Boy, this is just ripping now, guys. I mean, for how long? I don't know. Actually, there are shares available. I cannot believe it. 170,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers for this one. This is SYNX. It's over the 200-day moving average right now. SYNX. So it's right at that. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average, guys. So it's a little bit above it. Let's see if it collapses right back down. I mean, there's $400,000. I mean, there's 600. Now it says over 600,000. Look at these headlines. Increasing. Whoops. First headline I read, it said $400,000. Now it's saying 620. Do we have a million? Do we have a million? I'm hearing gap, guys. So when I'm hearing gap, that means it's moving down. GAP moving down more, right at that 200-day moving average. I mean, the actual number is 23.98. Look at that; it's right at 23.99 now. Will it hold it? Will that hold the? Will it hold the gap? Okay, guys, this is a real cheap earnings play. EVC. There's not much volume yet. Only 38,000 shares. Not a low float, but it is a cheap earnings play. EVC. Oh, look at this one. Well, I mean, again, another one gapping down. I mean, STM gapping down, but underneath here, 27.29 is the next low looking left for STM. Hmm. Well, the gap is really, really trying to hold that 200-day moving average. All right, so now it's just sitting on the SYNX, just sitting on that 200-day moving average. Okay, that is at 145, so it's just right at it. You can see the line appearing again right on top. It's just popping a little bit above it again. Guys, give me one moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, so far the gap is holding that 200-day moving average. It's popping off that 24. Not much, but it is popping off over that 24. I saw VG popping earlier, but I think it's moving down below 13 now. VG was popping earlier. It's still up 4%. Another one that's shortable for me, 5 million shares, 5.6 million shares available, Interactive Brokers. If we're going to get a big fade, natural gas distribution. So it's an energy play. So a little more dicey. Look what it did. It got it yesterday. It got over that 200-day moving average again, closed above it. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to get my layout. I'm going to have a different scan today that I'm going to test. Actually, it's not. Well, it's different. I mean, I just resurrected it. Yeah. So we'll see what this one. What happens with this one? Up big yesterday, down big today. Probably not going to see too many in the up big yesterday, down today. Actually, this is not correct. This is not. Yeah, this is actually a combination. Okay, up big yesterday, but down big today. Down big yesterday, but up big today. So that is actually misnamed. But let me see what happens. Probably not going to see too many that were up big yesterday. Well, probably not going to see down big, too many down big yesterday, but up big today. Not the way the market is looking right now, but we'll see. Wow, look at the SPY just picking up steam down 8.5. So, are there any new ones here? This is a one for, I think, a 1 for 12 reverse split today. CRE. We've talked about all of these. PRSO, Dawn is a buyout. So forget about that one. It's a buyout. You see how it's flatlining right up here. Battalion, we've talked about this little one, SYNX. What is it doing right now? Is it still over the? Yeah, it's still hanging around the 200-day moving average, right at the VWAP also. The VWAP and the 200-day moving average are basically the same, 145, 151. And the TURB. So basically, now PRSO is not an energy play, I don't think. No, semis. Okay, so this is. So, I mean, this is the news. Intact selects. It's a drone play. Okay, it's a drone play. The arrow. So this one could be a little bit interesting. Biggest gainers from the start of the race, large cap. We probably will not see too many. And so that would mean that these, stock that any stock that comes in here, depending what the market does, is going to be kind of really running counter to the market. And, this won't start until maybe, you know what? I'll just start it right now. Let's see if I can override that. No data though. Not one stock is meeting the filter requirements. VG continuing to move down, guys. VG continuing to move down off that 13. Picking up steam now. Got underneath that the VWAP, underneath the VWAP. You know what's moving and trying to come back here, guys, is NUTX, NUTX. NUTX is still down 17%, but that's a huge pop. $7 pop off the lows here. Not a lot of volume yet. Bet you the spread is, oh yeah, untradeable. 80, look at that, 82.90 is bid ask. So it's basically untradeable right now. All right, guys, we've got another 45 seconds until the 9:30 open. Well, let's try to have a great end to this trading week. And again, if you guys won't, anybody out there that will not short, you're probably just going to sit in your hands. I mean, we may get some bounces, and we get the odd one that rips, but looking good. Sure he does, William. Here's the gap, guys. Is the gap now? the gap is still trying to hold that 200-day moving average, guys. Okay, the 200-day moving average is call it 24. So we are now open. Okay, we do have one here. We might get some now. We might get some energy plays in here, of course. EQNR. So if we're going to see anything in here, it'll more than likely be energy plays. So here's EQNR. So what you're seeing here, TTD. So why we're getting an alert here for TTD is that it was up at least 5% yesterday, and it's down at least 1% now today. That's what this means. Doesn't mean it's going to hold and absolutely move down from here, but that's what that alert means. Of course, this is an ETF for Marvel. So it was down big yesterday, up today for whatever reason. Now this is. Of course, this is the ETF. Boy, Marvel's having a great day. Is it an earnings play? MRVL, is it an earning? And now look at TTD picking up steam on the way down. So the only issue with this is, I almost want to have the don't repeat. But we'll see. We'll see. So how is Marvel doing? MRVL. Is this an earnings play? I didn't. Yeah, I see. It is an earnings play. So Marvel is an earnings play. Having a great day, actually, in the face of all this. Well, and this is the two-timer, okay? So that's why you're seeing it over and over and over again, MVLL. So people who are guessing Marvel is not going to have good earnings yesterday. Now, the market was down yesterday, so most things were down. We have our first halt. OPRX halted on the way down. And there's the battalion guys, VATL making new highs. And above the high of yesterday, the high of 3 days ago, approaching it, call that 30. This is an earnings play, guys. Algonquin, Power AON. This is an earnings play. Where are you out of Oakville? Yeah, earnings play for AQN. I'm sorry, AQN, not AON. Well, William, yeah, GCO, still no volume. Really? Still no volume for Genesco, GCO. I'm surprised at that. I thought there'd be a big volume burst at the open. Only 28,000 shares are traded, unless that's stuck. Okay, so SLDB down yesterday, trying to get up, but up today. VG is coming right back. And we trust this market to have a bounce. Well, there's the VWAP. Down 9 points already. Yikes. Well, NutX, I don't know what the spread's like now, but NutX has come Yeah, I mean the spread is still well, it's not $8, but it's now $2 or so. The NYDX is really trying to come back, only down 12%. That's an earnings play. NYDX is an earnings play. TTD kept moving down, guys. So that is from that alert, kind of interesting. Up big yesterday, moving down today. That's what this is looking at. Wow, we saw JetBlue yesterday. All the cruisers and airlines. And there's JetBlue, another new low. It's not a unbelievable. It's not a lifetime low. It's not a lifetime low at $4. Not a lifetime low. Take a look at quickly look at some of the major ETFs. So here's XLE Energy. Silver is basically flat. Gold is basically flat. What's the worst one? IYT shipping. Well, freight. Okay, that's the worst one right now. IYT. Just looking quickly early on at the major sectors. Boy, NUTX. If the spread had been better, probably I might have nibbled at that, but the spread was not good. Still isn't. It is still not. Well, it's tightening. You know, for it. It is tightening for it. The other one halted on the way down, guys. NCI halted on the way down. Okay, let's take a look at some of these large cappers, okay? See what's happening because I mean they're going obviously completely against what the overall market's doing. And so here's IoT. IoT is an earnings play, okay? Samsara is an earnings play. So as we speak, anyway, it doesn't care what the market's doing as we speak. Target raised to 46 from 43 by Wells Fargo. It's just hard to commit to going long anything, even these ones that look like they're going to. I mean, again, trading on its own. A lot of shares available for me. 6 million shares available for shorting at Interactive Brokers. Well, yeah, I mean, bounce plays. So right now, I mean, I would have to wait for stop the selling pressure and see if we can, even three or four blue bars. Boy, TTD just moving down smartly now, guys. I remember that. They'd had this is the one where the CEO bought 6 million shares. That's right, 6 million shares. The big news yesterday. OpenAI news. CEO buying 6 million shares. That's what popped it. Uh, Wedbush is downgrading it to 23. Uh, I think that's what you're looking at, right? Faith. Well, again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, so I'm just kind of trying to let things maybe settle down a bit. Not that things are going to be totally settled after 15, but okay. RTO, this might be an interesting one. Big yesterday, moving down today. Yeah, I wish it weren't so close to 31. I think I'd be all over this one. RTO. It was an earnings play yesterday. That's what caused the big pop. But it is, with the market being so weak, it is sinking. Well, sinking. It's only down 2.5%, but it is moving down. But I don't like it. And look at the room. I mean, obviously, it's got a ton of room. I'm going to put a price alert around just underneath 31 and see if it gets there for the RTO. So again, guys, these are running counter to the market. Anything that you see in here, large cap gainers, these are running counter to the market. This has been pretty good since its earnings play, fast FSLY. I mean, it's been a little bit of jogging, but I mean, it has been pretty darn good ever since its earning play, FSLY. That was back in, not quite a month ago, February 12th. So NCI got halted on the way down again. Look at that drop on the NUTX now from 95 down to 88. Well, IoT is still holding, guys. IoT is still a very, very good earnings play in the face of what's going on in the overall market. IoT is still a really good earnings play. And it is above these highs on the daily. Where is the next high? I mean, I still have my doubts that, something like this is going to continue unless the market, can have a bounce. I mean, at some point, these stocks are just going to, people are going to look at these and try to short the tops. I don't even see EDSA. Am I taking a stab at it? Don't even see it. Oh, I see. It's just popping. It is halted. Well, let's see now. Okay. Well, there's the halt at 445. Depends where it opens, of course. It is halted. Okay. Shoot. Look at the gap now, guys. It took out 24 like nothing. That 24 was kind of the line in the sand. Okay, because of that was the 200-day moving average. Now it's just moving below it. Meanwhile, TTD just keeps making new lows, guys. Well, this would have been a nice one to take, but I didn't do it. I don't like doing it in the first 15 minutes, but with TTD, just every time you see it here, it's just making another new low. I see RCAT is on your scan, William. I just have a tough time trading this one. It just doesn't, and it's a drone play, of course. It can be very choppy intraday. All right, so EDSA kind of did. So it opened a little bit below the halt price. Halt price was 445, 444, but it's falling a little too much now for me. Yeah, I mean, it's falling too much. I mean, if it had fallen to, maybe 430 and then popped through 444 almost immediately, but look what it's doing, so it becomes something. I mean, now it's just a total guess if it does take out 444 again. So I'm not gonna do it. Well, I mean, our cat is ripping. Our cat is ripping right now. For how long? Is a drone play. Now, I do see that NetX showed up in our AI, but it's pretty risky, guys. I mean, risky because the spread is awful most of the time. It's a $3 spread right now, so it may or may not work. But how are you going to trade it? I mean, look at the spread: 88, 91, 92, a $4 spread right now. So I mean, pretty tough to commit. Now, if it drops $10, that spread won't matter, but we don't know what's going to do that. No bounce yet in the market. No bounce. Well, here's a cheapie, guys. AIFF is above the high of 2 days ago now. AIFF above the high of 2 days ago. So it doesn't, right now anyway, it doesn't care what the market's doing. Marvel's continuing to make a new high, guys. Earnings play. This is a two-timer for Marvel, MVLL. So if you think Marvel is going to continue higher, you can buy this one. It double the move. But remember, if the stock Marvel moves down at 1%, these are going to move down 2%. Well, this has been a great earnings play. IoT, definitely a great, probably the best one. I mean, it's been still straight up. IoT is an earnings play. It has not been influenced by the market at all yet. Well, now Hun has got room, yeah, 1073 guys. That's a next low looking left for Hun, Hun. Boy, this IOT, I mean, where's the next high? I want to see. Well, the monthly chart, the next high is 37. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but I mean, that is the next high. That's on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, about the same, 37. So, I mean, in theory, there still is room for this one before it hits any of the weekly highs anyway. What a great earnings play. What do they do? Internet connected sensor systems, okay? Okay, mini bounce here, guys. Okay, the mini bounce. There's the VWAP right there. I'm going to put a price alert at the VWAP, see if it gets at least close to it, maybe takes it out. So mini bounce in the SPY. No bounce in TTD though, guys. TTD. Well, our cat, I mean, let's see. I mean, maybe today will be the day that it kind of holds. There are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for our cat. The next high is 1750 or so, 1753 or so. This has been a very active one, guys. I think ever since earnings, BW. Actually, it's not. March 16th is earnings. BW, very active stock. It's had well, this is the third good day. So it's call it, yeah. So it's an energy play. It's an energy play. I mean, this looks really good from our AI, but I mean, look at the spread, guys. About a $4 spread. So it is really, that's the NUTX. Pretty tough to commit. So 2 stars today, yeah. The IoT and the Marvel NVDA. This is just a two-timer for Marvel. 2 stars today in terms of earnings. There is a cheap one, Anna. Anna's a cheap one through the 200-day moving average. We've seen this. This is okay. Another oil and gas play. So energy play, guys, and it's just popping again. Anna, ANNA. Sorry. Cure had a good day yesterday. QURE had a nice rebound day, and it's trying to rebound still again. It's above yesterday's high. QURE had a horrible reaction to earnings. Okay, there's that big gap down. Couple of days resting at the lows. And yesterday had a nice day and sort of a continuation today for QURE. No surprise. You're right. Yeah, the sim all short, probably. Yeah, pretty good. Here's a cure, a little green in a sea of red. Okay, PTRN. I mean, it looks like it's got some support around the 10 level. Okay, it's showing up in the Williams scan as a short, but it looks like it has some support not that far away. So I'm not interested in that one. No, guys, yesterday, keep an eye on this one. TNGX, guys, TNGX from yesterday. It was an earnings play yesterday. I think it had other news though, and it's above yesterday's high now. TNGX basically ran all day. Look where it closed right near the high. And even though the market is, obviously not good, but TNGX is running a bit. So this is early. Let's see if it holds 17 and runs from there. It's not a lifetime high, but it's in the upper end of if we had a lifetime candle, it'll be in the upper end. I think it also had some some price targets, 19 from 15 by Wedbush. But it is pulling back just a little bit here. I'm going to put a price alert around the 1713 mark, and you want to see if it gets back over 17 and has a run from there. I mean, was it just a tremendous. I mean, remember the market was down big yesterday, and this basically ran all day, closed right near the high. That is TNGX. Wow, Victoria's Secret. Remember this one from yesterday? Would it hold 50? Well, no. Victoria's Secret, guys. Earnings play yesterday. Got hammered down on earnings, continuing down now, and so continuing down on earnings now, guys. Underneath 48 right now, right just at the 48 level, continuing down on earnings from yesterday, and that is VSCO. All right. I don't like the spread, but it's looking really interesting to me, guys. The TNGX, 1709, 1716, not bad. I'm talking about the TNGX. The longer it holds over 17. Okay, well, the SPY's popping. Yeah, so the SPY's having a bit of a pop. I'm watching this TNGX, guys. I mean, it is so strong. The market is popping a little bit. Not that I think it has a lot. I mean, I don't think this is going to follow the market that much, but well, so the first day, I have traded RCAP before, but it's been a challenge. And over the last few days, I've seen it pop and then drop. Today's the day it didn't. Not yet, anyway. Well, this is it's so tempting, guys. The TNGX, the longer it holds over 17. Okay. Oh, good fill. Pretty good fill for me, guys. Not as much as I wanted, but enough that I'm happy on the TNGX. Now, the only problem I've got is that it's gone very parabolic, okay? Very parabolic. You look at the five, I mean, the bottom of that bar is not nowhere near the top of the wave. Okay, because of I've got to be careful here. So I've taken some off. I've taken some off just underneath the 1750 mark of the TNGX. Just because it's gone a little too parabolic, and I'm looking at probably people taking some profit, like me. All right, what is the market doing now? Market is right at the VWAP. Okay, SPY is right at the VWAP. Just give me one moment. Okay, okay. Now we're getting some bounces, guys. I'm going to have to maybe look at this Planet Labs. Just give me one moment. It might be too late. Might be too late on the Planet Labs now, PL. Yeah. So, okay, look, the market's had 10 minutes, a 10-minute bounce so far. Okay. Key level, maybe the VWAP right here. If it can hold the VWAP and maybe make another little blue bar, give us, 30 minutes of up, maybe. So some of these bounce plays might work out very well. Boy, our cat, my goodness. The one day I really, really, really thought, okay, I'm not going to really look at you anymore because you just haven't had this sort of a run. And look at the run it's had. I mean, it's been very active. Don't get me wrong, but it never seems to be able to hold its gains. Not today, so far, anyway. I mean, that's beautiful. Well, guys, okay, what time is it? Wow, 10:06 already. So I'm going to go over my homepage right now. All the information you can find, including should I look at this one? Is this looks like a short. No, this is actually the stock. Okay. I thought maybe this was an ETF or some stock called QCL, but it is not. All right, guys, let me go over my homepage. Yeah, it's still struggling a little bit to get through in a big way, the 1750, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad it took some off right underneath that 1750 mark. Allows me to hold on now. IOT looking, it's looking really good also, guys. IoT, it's looking really good. It's holding its gains. I kept thinking it might have a little pullback, but it's still holding its gains. IoT, great earnings play in the face of, what the market's doing. Sure, they were saying, man, do we have to do, what a day to release earnings? But so far, I mean, it hasn't really been too affected. Keep an eye on the TNGX, though, guys. Okay, I mean, it is starting to pull back a little bit. That 1750 could be a bit of a block. So if you're in this one, just don't lose sight of it. All right, on my homepage. Okay, so on my homepage, click on my homepage link at the very top. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can save 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Okay, and it doesn't matter whether you choose our standard plan or our premium plan. Premium has basically the reason people take premium is to have access to our AI. Okay, that's the That's the usual reason. We have other things in premium that are not in standard, the ability to backtest and things like that. But the main reason is having access to the AI. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate two rooms, a YouTube room and the main room. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering, what is he talking about? Well, we do have another room and it's way more active, okay, than our YouTube room. There are many more traders in here. Give me a moment. So there are way more traders in this room. So there's a lot more action in this room. Okay. A lot more interaction amongst traders in this room. Also, here are a couple of perks. This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. In the morning, of course. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver, a little early for me. So that's why Obi opens it up. And then when I leave, sometime usually between 2 and 3 o'clock, 2 and 2:30, So I'll always say later if I have questions. William, I don't know what you're going to do today, but William usually keeps the room open after I leave. Fridays maybe to 3:30, but it's up to him. So again, this room is open a lot longer than YouTube is. So if you want to come, and it's free also, so you don't have to worry about that. Next, if you're going to take out a subscription, before I do that, keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Could be in either of those two folders. Next, if you do take out a subscription or you're wondering about taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, click on the education section. And so if you're just taking out a subscription, this is mandatory to do. Getting started with Trade Ideas. Okay, getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos covers most of the key ingredients, elements of the program. And if you don't have it, but you're wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Remember, monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them, all free if you're new to trading. Last, if you're looking for my information that I'm currently sharing, scans, etc. So click on the scan section. Well, let me back up. Some people don't know where to find it. So if you clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down, middle section right here. Large cap gainers right here. Upside versus downside movers right here. You can I don't have that. I don't have this one on my homepage, but you know, I can sort of give it to you. This is the it's actually misnamed. It should be up big yesterday, down big today, and also down big yesterday, up big today. So you know that's what. So if it's in yellow, if it's in powder blue, it's a suggestion to go long. If it's in yellow, a suggestion to go short. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. Pulse resumes. I'm not displaying it, but it's on my other monitor. And 3 other scans that you can take a look at. So again, these are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Okay. So boy, Marvel is just still a great earnings play today, guys. This is the 2-timer. So if you think Marvel is going to keep moving higher, you have to take a look at feed here. So just to give you an idea what this is looking for, okay? If it's in powder blue, it's a suggestion to go long. Okay. Again, this is one of those. So if you look at feed, so what has to happen is the stock had to be down at least I had to close at least down 5% the previous days. And then it has to be up at least 1% today. Okay. That's how you get an alert here. And on the flip side, the stock had to be up at least 5%, closing up at least 5%, and then down at least 1%. So in other words, up big yesterday, down big today, or down today, not necessarily down big, but down today, or down big yesterday and up today. Well, here you go, William. Here's your favorite stock, one of your favorite stocks, SOC, guys. So SOC is at the high of yesterday. Another one of these real kind of cheap not earnings play, sorry, energy plays. So William says he'll keep the room open maybe till about 3:30 today. So after I leave, We'll keep it open till about 3:30. So again, the main room is open from typically 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 a.m. Typically. All right, guys. SOC. See if it hangs in this area and just keeps moving. I mean, it's above yesterday's high now, 1448. Looking at a weekly chart, it has some room up here to 19. Not saying it's getting there, of course. All right, I got to take a look at this SATL. SATL, SATL. It's a bounce play now today, down at least 5% yesterday on the close. However, well, it could be interesting. 344 is the next high looking left. 349, 350. So if it takes out 350, then so I'm going to put a price alert around the 350 level just in case it does that. If the market continues maybe to rally a bit, because then the next high is around $4. Another one that's been active, guys, is Lunar, LUNR, down at least 5% yesterday. But again, one of these ones is coming into too close. I mean, look left, bunch of highs, too close for me. So I can't take that trade. I mean, I can, but I won't. I think I missed the children or the Planet Labs. Planet Labs was probably a very good one. Yeah, I'm sure it was a very good one. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to duplicate this because I also want to have, and the don't repeat so I can see where the first alert was. Okay. All right, guys. Well, TNGX is still struggling at that 1750 mark. All right, OMDA from your scan, William. The next high is 1416. High over here is okay. That's easy. That's no problem. Another high right there is no problem. 1499. So if they get through that high of yesterday, was an earnings play yesterday. I'm sorry, this is an earnings play today. Okay, this is actually an earnings play today. OMDA. It is post market March 5th. So the reaction is today. So it's right at the high of yesterday. If it can take that out, then the next high is almost $1 away. So definitely one to keep watching, guys. OMDA, OMDA. Okay, TNGX. Do you have any more? Do you have some? See how, I mean, It's still blue, but right there, of course, if you hadn't taken anything off, I would have taken some off here. I had already taken some off a little bit earlier when it got up to 1750 because it looked too parabolic to me, and I was wondering if people would start, getting out of it for a bit. So anyway, I am, but now we'll have to see. I mean, it's what did we see? I think yesterday. I'm going to have to take a look at a monthly chart. Oh, here we are, monthly chart. Let's see where I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago. There was a high. Yeah, August. I'm sorry, September of 2021. So that is a high. September of 2021. So I mean, is that going to stop it? But that is the high up here, 1881. So it still has room. I mean, even if you look at that monthly high, again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm liking the looks. I'm liking the look of the scan now, guys. I'm sure PL was awesome. I mean, I'd have to scroll back to see where the first alert was, but that's why I want to have the don't repeat so I don't have to do this. So the first alert for PL was at 26.25. Yeah, so there's a dollar move right there. Okay, and fairly steady, other than that little jog down here. But that might have been when the alert was. Okay, now guys, IoT is coming back. It's been a little bit. I mean, it got all the way down to 3360. So, but IoT is coming back. There was a pretty big pullback here, you know, and so now it's starting to come back. And it's a really good earnings play. On a monthly chart, it has 3680. Not saying it's getting there. Weekly chart about the same. So there is still room on a monthly and a weekly chart for IoT. So look at OMDA, guys. It's a little bit of a struggle to get through yesterday's high. But you can see if it can pop through yesterday's high, it does have room on the daily chart, and that is the OMDA. Float is, yeah, it's a pretty low float, 20 million in the float. But notice I'm not taking the trade, anticipating that it's going to take that out. I'm just going to wait to see if it does. Well, I mean, look, the market is having a little bit of a bounce. Got down to what 670, I guess, a little underneath that, and it's having a little bit of a bounce. It's through the VWAP. We can say, okay, that happened at 9:55. So about a half an hour. I mean, not straight because we do have that red bar there, but let's see for how much longer. Here's All right, guys. Well, with this little bit of a bounce, let's see what's happening with the major sectors. Okay, so I'm going to, as always, every day I'm doing this. Let me get rid of this. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar, and then I'm going to click on the Show More down here. These are all theme-based channels. Sector status. Excuse me. Sector status. So, wow, look at silver. So silver's having a day finally, okay? So what you're seeing here in this top list right here, these are some of the major sectors, not every single one, but these are some of the major sectors that this top list is tracking. So 79% are down for the day. Down meaning below yesterday's close. 21% are up. So the top sector right now, silver and gold leading the charge. XLE, as would be expected, not much, but it's an NLR. NLR yesterday was just up, I think, the weakest sector. NLR is a kind of a new sector, looking at uranium and the nukes. Give me a moment. Move this over. There we go. So what's the worst sector? Let's scroll down. And so here's freight shippers, IYT, worst sector. Home builders, well, now it just took over. XHB, home builders, retail. These are all the weak sectors right now. Okay. So at a glance, you can see what are the strong sectors, what are the weak sectors. So what you're seeing here, these are 11 of some of the major ETFs, some of the major sectors. So here's industrials. And as would be expected, there's not one, well, there is one. Well, energy. Okay, energy, 65% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close, to be expected. Okay. But every other sector, even though we're having a little bit of a bounce, every other sector, look at consumer discretionary. Every single one of them is down except for one. Orly, there's Orly. For whatever reason, Orly is up. Okay, not much. It's only up 0.7%. What's the worst one, though? Scroll down. Wow, look at BBWI. Worst performing one. BBWI, that Bath and Body Works, not an earnings play. I think it had earnings earlier this week or last week. Okay. So you can kind of see what you can do. You can check the sectors, and maybe there's a couple of sectors you want to follow all day. And just look at maybe look at the strong stock, if there is one in the sector, and follow the weak one. I mean, look, BBWI, I haven't seen that one. It's not showing up any of my scans. The volume's fine, 2.2 times relative volume. So this is one, probably, we should be watching. I mean, it's down a huge amount. Here's retail. Musa, wow, it's an expensive one. MUSA, Murphy USA, Murphy Beds. Don't know why it's up, but it's not an earnings play, but it is up. But what's the worst one in retail? Victoria's Secret. Okay, worst one, down 7%. Utilities. Interesting that utilities are down because, usually utilities do well when the market is, a little bit nervous because a lot of dividend stocks are in here, but there's AWK, there's SRE, the worst one. So, I mean, what you could do, you could look at these ones and maybe, make a symbol list of the top stock and the worst stock in each sector. So what would you have? You'd have 22 stocks. I think there are 11 of them here. You'd have 22 stocks to follow. That might be an idea for some of you. How's your fan, Dwayne? Is it going crazy all the time, though? Is the fan going nuts? Well, I didn't have some success. I had huge success. Yeah, it wasn't, well, I mean, I had 100% success, but is your fan going crazy? Can you hear it? now that I'm an expert in thermal pasting. I mean, you guys used to hear my fan; it was going crazy. Yeah, right. So anyway, guys, that could be. I may even do that. I may even do that. You know, maybe half an hour into the market, I may create a symbol list just with the top stock, and it's simple. Look at this. All I have to do is right click and send hill to symbol list. I create a symbol list. It could be, and it'll be a different one every day, more than likely. I might do that and put the top stock in a sector and the worst stock in a sector, and so I'd have 22 stocks every day. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe that's what you do. All right, guys. Well, with the TNGX, I'm completely out of it now. May look at it later on, but you can see that 1750 mark. I know it popped above it a couple of times, but that was, can't expect. Again, I mean, the market is rallying. There's no question. The market now is rallying. Uh, $10 or 10 o'clock, and now we're at what 10:33. So we've had the half hour. Other than that little red bar down, we've had a half hour rally. So that's why a lot of bounce plays. I mean, the PL is just great. You can see PL right at the top here. All right, guys. I'm just looking now at some of the early alerts from William Scan. There's where I got the OMDA. I mean, OMDA is still struggling to get through that high of yesterday. Oh, sorry, Dan Burns in our YouTube room. You mentioned Givo earlier. I haven't seen Givo in a long time. You used to see this one all the time. Givo? Why am I not seeing it now? Yeah, I did not see this one. Oh, it's an earnings play. Okay, Givo's an earnings play. Interesting. EVO coming right into maybe some monthly resistance, some weekly resistance though. So it may that might be it for it. I'm just looking at the weekly chart here for Givo, GEVO. All right, guys. Now I was mentioning SOC. Now it's a little bit choppy. SOC, little bit choppy. I mean, this is all the way back down to 1444 from that high. So, it's wow, it's a big float too. 114 million in the float. I didn't realize it was that big. Surprises, but energy play, little energy play. All right. I missed it. All right, guys. OMDA, OMDA. I don't like the spread. It's 1623, but okay. Well, let's see. Let's see. I mean, the spread is not as bad right now. Okay, guys, I'm holding my breath, see if it can move. I'm talking about the OMDA. Who's Obi? Who the heck is Obi, PJ? Whoa! Head through wall time right now, guys. Head through wall time. I was looking to take the IoT and look at the pop it had. Look at the pop it had. And I mean that head through wall. I had that one thumbnailed and I was wanting, but it just popped way too much. Shoot. I see that SWBI is an earnings play today, guys. So let's take a look at it. 14, couple of highs around the 14 level on the monthly chart. I mean, if it gets through that, then 1471 on the monthly chart, it has some room, but man, ticked off about the IoT. Is that a bounce play for you, William, on the Victoria's Secret VSCO? Was that a bounce play? Yeah, I can see on your scan it came in at 47.97. I wanted to short it right around there, but didn't do it. Okay, guys, give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back again. All right. Well, okay, I might have an opportunity still to get into the OMDA a little bit more now. 14, 18, 14, 26. I don't love the spread, but as long as it keeps holding over this 14, 16 mark, barely. So, yeah, the SYNX now is picking up some steam, guys. I think it's right near the 200-day moving average. SYNX, probably near it's through the VWAP. The 200-day moving average is 145. So this was a big one early. Pre-market got all the way up to $1.79, pulled all the way back down to $1.15. That looked like a bit of a base, and then through the VWAP and had some news. This is not shortable for me anymore. Earlier in the day, earlier here, there were about 20,000, 30,000 shares available to short. They've been all snapped up now. This is at Interactive Brokers. I should always don't want to forget to mention that when I talk about shares to short, I'm only talking about my brokerage platform, which is Interactive Brokers. You know what, guys? I'm going to try this. I said maybe take the top and the worst stocks in the. Now, what I will do though is maybe check the price range. I'm sure QCLS was an awesome one from the rebound. I don't know where the first one was. I know Obi said around 350, but I want to see right here. Where was it? This is why the don't repeat is going to come in very handy for me. So I don't have to do this. See where the first alert was for QCLS. What I can do though, I can sort. I think I can't sort. I'd have to change the sorting. I mean, when I actually created the don't repeat version, I know this would have been earlier, but they're even there at 407. Okay, pop over. I don't know. Let's see. That was so about a half an hour of a pop. Okay. Now we're getting a red bar, but will that remain red? This is on the SPY. Fortran. What for? What five? That ring a bell? 539. So the Dow's down 500. SPY still down. Qs are down, of course. You know, Dwayne, the thing about a Geek Squad membership, even, I mean, I don't know how much it is in the States, but let's call it $20 a month, maybe even less. I'm trying to think of US dollars, maybe $15 a month, something like that, maybe something like that. And what they would charge you, if it is thermal paste and all that, they'll probably charge you $80, maybe 75, 80. Okay. But the thing about the membership is that you can take any device in. You can take any single device you want in. It doesn't have to be a Best Buy device. You know, you didn't have to, when I say that, you didn't have to buy it at Best Buy. You just take it in. So I think it's really well worth it. You can take in your phone. Yeah, absolutely. If your phone is, acting up, any device, any electronic device. Oh, I almost said it, guys. I almost said the worst word that I would have said in 10 years here. I'm so ticked off at myself for not being in the IoT. That's the best one from the AI today, guys. Because yeah, NutX would have worked, but NutX had a lot of huge spread issues. So actually, it's turning into a pretty good day. I mean, with the bounce, just need 30 minutes. That's all I care. Now, give me a 30-minute bounce because a lot of stocks you can do a lot of damage in 30 minutes if you can. Now, the problem is you don't know that this is going to be the start of the bet. Look, 'cause look what happened. We had a 10-minute bounce and we had a red bar. Like, it could have been over there. That could have been it. You just don't know it's going to bounce for 30 minutes. Well, now I wonder if it's a short. There are shorts available. TNGX. Yeah, there are shorts available too. Shoot, I should have, flipped the script on that 17 break, VWAP break. But the IoT though, I had that, I thumbnailed, I had a price alert, I had everything. It was all set for it. Anyway, well, I'm not going to see, I won't beat myself up on the OMDA. I mean, yeah, the OMDA blew right through everything, but I'm not going to beat myself up on it now because it's now starting to fall. Let's see if it holds the VWAP, okay? OMDA, let's see if it can hold the VWAP, which is about 1384. Have you ever had any of your closing order bypassed by an intermarket sweep order? Never heard of it, so the answer is no. I don't know. I don't even know what that means. An intermarket sweep order. I've never heard that term before, so maybe somebody else has, but so I'm not familiar with it, so I guess it's never happened to me. Are you talking about having a stop in place and somehow it was not obeyed, or yeah, I don't know what that means. I should maybe pay more attention to the ETF channel too. I'm going to click on the doc channel bar and take a look at the ETF channel. Where are you? Two-time ETF. Are there shorts on it also? These look like they're all longs. But well, you know about the uptick rule though, PJ, right? I mean, was it down 10%? Was it down 10% today or yesterday? Well, it was not. Which one was it? Just out of curiosity. Which one was it? Rum is an earnings play, guys. Rumble's an earnings play. After the company reported worse than expected Q4 financial results. Well, it'd be really good to know. Oh, in the pre-market, SLDB in the pre-market. Interesting. Let's see, SLDB. But it may be okay. I mean, I don't know for sure. Okay, but it looks like SLDB was down yesterday more than 10%. Okay, so it may have been that because the market hadn't, in theory, opened, and now I see it's up 8% now. But in theory, let's see, where did it close the day before? 614. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it was down 10% yesterday. The day before does apply. I didn't know that. Somebody had to tell me that. But the day before does apply. So unless it goes positive today, and I think it has to remain positive all day. I think then the next day is when you could short it if you wanted to. I think it has to be positive. So it's not just that it went positive today and then you can short it. Does that make sense? Without the uptick rule, it still being in place. I think that's I think that's how that works. Yeah, SOC guys, SOC. Was thinking of taking that one, but I didn't. Lionsgate. Okay, guys, Lionsgate. If you've been to Vancouver, you know the Lionsgate Bridge. Um, well, they do obviously a lot of movies. Um, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 1070, so it's a little bit above that. And Lion, Not an earnings play. I wonder why it's up. Scentbird and Lionsgate announce enchanting new fragrance collect. What? For Twilight? What in the world? So is Twilight being Lionsgate and Scentbird team up on on John Wick inspired fragrance? The bringing the scent of the legendary Baba Yaga into the world of fragrance. Okay, well, that's your news. But it's pretty extended. It is pretty extended. EDSA guys, EDSA coming back now above yesterday's high. Ooh, interesting day, guy. Well, interesting right now. Look at the 3 bars down, 3 bars down at the VWAP. I'm looking at the SPY right here at the VWAP. The VWAP area appears to be holding it. And now we get another little, I'm going to put a price alert up here to see if we can get a little bit more continuation on the rebound for the overall market for the SPY anyway. Man, I thought about taking this. I didn't do it though. Unfortunately, I did not do it. It got a little choppy on me. The SOC was looking at taking it right around the, well, 1448 was the alert from William Scan. And yeah. Now, interesting, there are shorts available for me for QCLS at Interactive Brokers, 600,000. You can see what it did. It got right into that high. That's what that red line is. Okay, got right into the high there. Did some of you guys hear a little spring, like a boing? No, interesting. I wonder what that is. A sound alert, but I have no idea where it came from. Hmm. Yeah, but that was a spring, like a boing, and I have no idea where it came from. What a bounce for Victoria's Secret, VSCO. I mean, this nut X is having another run here, guys. I mean, look at this. What's the spread like? It's still terrible. 93, 96. I call it 94, 97, $3 spread. It's been like that all day. Look at the float, 5 million in the float for a $95 stock. That is the reason. It wasn't me, William. Was it? I all I said was I wanted to short it. Me, all I said was at the beginning I wanted to short it. Yeah, but that was way back. That was way back when I saw the first alert at 47.97. No, 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 no. All I said was when I saw this alert here at 47.97, I was looking to short it. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see if OMDA now has some legs again. Okay. I don't like the spread, but 8.5 times normal, 20 million in the float. Let's see if it has some legs. It's an earnings play. And there's the SPY now. So the SPY, I had a price alert right here. So it's right at the top at the high there. So let's have maybe it's going to have a little continuation again. Yeah, I mean it's one of the crazier PRs that I've seen. See, when I saw Twilight, I thought they were talking about the Twilight Saga. Those are so old. So I don't know what this means, but also see John Wick. No, I know that. I know that. That's why I was trying to think. Are they doing a rehash of it or something? Well, guys, it's 11:06, so been quite a morning. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Maybe a minute or so. Okay, just I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back, but I do have to take off in about another minute or so for a minute. Okay, so I am back. All right, guys. So let's see. Silver is still Silver has been fading a little bit. It's still the top one. Silver, gold, and energy. Okay, these are the only three sectors that are still positive. Okay, and still the weak one is still down here. Home builders, and freight companies. These are the two weak sectors. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back, and now 11:11. So Andy, believe it's going to be Andy taking over for me in our YouTube room. All right, let's see some of these ones that have won races before in here. Let's take a look at some of them and see what they're doing. See if there's any sort of a setup. I mean, Cure looks like a short. I mean, it's underneath the VWAP now. It got underneath the VWAP. It based a little bit under. attempted to get through the VWAP again. Okay, it brushed up against it, but it looks like it's going to downturn. So this could be an interesting short opportunity, guys. QURE. You take the. I'm not again. This is just an idea. Okay, you take the short in this area, and you put your stop just a little over the VWAP. That'll be about a 20 or 30 cent stop, I guess. But it looks like, and for all the reasons it was down on, well, it was already moving down before earnings, okay, but it got just slammed down. Yes, it's trying to come back a little bit, but all those reasons are still in place. You know what, guys? I took myself out of the OMDA. I mean, it's just not. Took a little loss on that one, the OMDA. I mean, I may look at it later, but it's just not running like I wanted it to. I mean, if I had been in it down here, of course I'd still be in it, but I was in it up in this area. So I needed it to really continue. I had a little bit of profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. So took myself out of the OMDA. Ah, the EDSA, yes. Well, the next high looking left is 2 days ago, way up there. So right now, the market is just kind of trying to figure out the direction, I think. The best thing we can hope for if we were looking to go long things and bounces, uh, holding the VWAP. There, I'm going to put a price alert at the VWAP and see if it gets back down there again, and see if the VWAP can hold it and maybe bounce off and continue higher for a while anyway. Oh, glad I got out of the OMDA. All right, guys. Let's see that SYNX is still holding over the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. SYNX still holding over it. Had some news, a $620,000 order. All right, Ryanair, just over the whole number, 63. So, I mean, interesting. I mean, all the airlines should be beaten up to a certain extent because of oil prices. But Ryanair's up just a little. RYAAY. It's the net, and it's right at the 200-day moving average. Right at the 200-day moving average, guys, for Ryanair. RYAAY. And the high yesterday is just about the same as the 200-day moving average. So will this stop it? Will this stop it? Will this turn into a short again? SYNX, guys, is still nicely holding over the VWAP. Actually, I should take a look to see where it could go. So on the weekly chart, so it is right there. Okay, you can see on the weekly chart, it's just it's right at these levels. The next high is 182, so pretty close. If it can take out 182, then the next, yeah, between here and two, I don't know, might be really tough to get through. Though it is a low float, and look at the volume, 1,700 times normal volume right now. That's not a percent. That's a ratio, 1,794 times normal volume up to this time of day, which just tells you, well, I mean, it's 33 million. This is an extraordinary day, of course. Let me bump this up a little. Look at the volume today. All right. William is long GPN for a balance. I don't see GPN. Oh, it's out of my price range. That's why. It's probably from your scan. So it must be down. Yeah, looking for a bounce here. 74.82. So, right. SYNX, guys. I wish that two level weren't there. To me, I mean, it could stall there. It could. Not just because of the whole number, but because of right there. There's a high right there. Or sorry, right here. A little over two on the weekly chart. But it's picking up steam. Look at that. That's the biggest volume bar of the. Well, I can't. Okay, this goes back. Yeah, this is the biggest volume bar on a 2 minute of the day in a 2 minute. Now it's not showing up here because I think my minimum, I think, is two. Let's take a look. 50 cents. Interesting. Why is it not showing up? Surprised because that volume bar. Unless it's enough, I should get rid of this. I don't think that matters so much. I know exactly why it's not showing up. I'm going to get rid of the earnings per share. I know why it's not showing up. It's an Israeli stock. That's just a hack to keep out ETFs and all, but hardly get any in this sort of a scan. So I'm just going to take that out because it blocks. It seems to block some foreign stocks, especially Israeli ones. So let's see if I'm right. If it hits, well, again, it's, there's also a volume burst in here. All right, guys. Well, moment of truth, really, I think, for the SPY. Again, uh, here's the VWAP getting into it. Is it going to take it out? You're talking about the SYNX, Monica? Probably. I mean, this is the monthly, and I'm sure, well, how much, take a look at the daily. How much is it traded today? It is traded 39 million, and this is 40. So yeah, my guess is that's got to be the biggest day ever for SYNX. When did it start trade? Well, for sure, because I don't know what happened here. I don't know if it was an IPO or a symbol name change or what the situation is, but you can see right there, that's when it started to trade as SYNX. That was in January of 2024. But by far, this is the biggest trading day in its history. Okay, so look what happened to QCLS, guys. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, look what happened. It came right a couple of times into the VWAP, held the first time, popped up, tested it again, and is popping up again. You know, VWAP acting as support a couple of times. So this one's maybe interesting. CNTX. I don't know if there's any news on this one. CNTX. It's just over the whole number, cheap one, not a low float. 90 million in the float. It's been inching its way up. CNTX. I don't see any news on it. Looking left on the monthly, there's certainly no on the weekly. Can't see anything. I have to go back. How long? How far? So we had a day back here in December of 2021. So a long time ago. Long time ago. Some day in here. So I mean that's a long time ago, guys. So I don't really think there's too much resistance for the CNTX. Not saying it's going to keep moving higher just because of that, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance probably, because that's that's going back what 6 years, 5 years. Boy, Alloy, ALOY just is getting thumped again. A lot of shares available to short. They did a financing at 1850, and it's way below the financing price now, $2. Well, so glad I got out of the OMDA. So there's the RCAT. Okay, now granted, it had a great run up until 10 o'clock. So half an hour run, little jog down, tried again, but now it's been steadily down underneath the VWAP, RCAT, underneath the VWAP. So if you're, again, an idea, you want to, if you thought this was going to continue down, you take the short and put your stop a little over the VWAP. That'd be pretty wide. All right, guys. Well, it's 11:30 now, so have about half an hour left. There's the ETSA, almost at 5. Next high looking left is 540. So far for the SYNX, it looks like 2 is a bit of a block. It got close. Now, maybe this is a bit of a bounce zone for the VIAV guys. There are some lows, 28.72, but there's a low right there around 29. Maybe that'll be a bounce zone. But, 4 days down. Well, guys, Dave and Buster's here. Play has got some room underneath. I mean, there. Look at that. The next low looking left is a little over 13, and we're at 1385. Excuse me, downturn underneath the whole number. Obviously underneath the VWAP, and that is play. This has earnings coming up at the end of the month. What's the volume like? Not great. Only 395,000 shares. That's only 1.5 times normal. I'm starting to shy away from, unless the volume is, I mean, it's showing up on my scan because I have a minimum, but obviously, so it's meeting the minimum, but I don't know. I might, I just need something a little more dynamic, probably. Okay, guys, the Penske files, PSKY, back in play a little bit. Okay, above, so it's taking a little bit of a pop over 12. The next high 1251, 1251. So there's a little bit of room for it. That's PSKY. Adam F on the okay. Let's take a look at Cure, QURE. Doesn't look good now, guys, for the market. I don't think anyway. We're starting to get more attempts at that VWAP. I mean, look, the longer it holds, great, but I don't know. Looks fairly ominous that it's going to take out the VWAP and maybe have start another leg down, unfortunately. But we had a nice half an hour or so of a bounce. ETSA, guys, ETSA, yes, over 5 now. EDSA over 5. Well, 495, 502 bid ask, so it may not hold 5, but so Alibaba's having, I guess, well, it's only up a point, 1%, a little over 1%, 1.2%. This is a two-timer. So if you thought Alibaba was going to continue moving higher, a lot cheaper to buy this. It's a two times. So if the stock moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. And it's a lot cheaper than buying Alibaba. So where is the next time for this one? There's room at 29.20. Again, just an idea. Okay, just an idea. How's China doing overall? KWEB. Let's take a look at China overall. Yeah, so the China market's, reasonably good today. So BABA, of course, a big component. So you can see right there, it's up 1%, a little over 1%. So if you thought Alibaba was going to continue higher, you could buy well, how much was that? Okay, I got to go back. So BABA is how much? So $131. So you could buy this one, BABX, if you thought Alibaba was going to continue moving higher and, a lot cheaper. But remember, if Alibaba moves down 1%, this is going to move down 2%. Holding the VWAP. So you were still playing the bounce, right, William, for Vasco, VSEO, holding the VWAP. Okay, PSKY over that whole number now, 12. All right, guys, didn't have to check. Andy Lindloff will take over for me in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes from now. He'll be there between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Yeah, Marvel. Oh, I see what you're looking at here. PRSO. Okay, PRSO. Let's see now. PRSO was down big yesterday, up today. It's not an earnings play, but look what happened. I mean, up big pullback now. Let's see if it gets back over two. PRSO. It's gone really parabolic since it broke over the VWAP. I know, Monica, you've been looking at this. And the next high on a daily chart is here, 220. Yeah, right. So Marvel is still a really good earnings play, guys. I mean, it did have a pullback, but it is still now at the high of the day. Crank call. All right, this is maybe interesting. Iova, not an earnings play, up for some reason. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news today on it. Had earnings a few days ago, was good, and kind of continuation, I suppose. The electric company. Okay, guy. Well, maybe I don't know, wrong, but I mean, maybe the VWAP's going to hold it. Maybe the VWAP is going to hold the SPY, and let's put a price alert at the high here and see if it takes that out. Maybe we'll have another continuation. The VWAP got into it about 3 times, or the SPY got into the VWAP about 3 times on the 5-minute chart. Now let's see if that truly is going to hold it, act as support, and maybe bounce off that and keep going higher for a while anyway. Schmidt from yesterday or the day before. This was a big one. This was a German 2 days ago. 2 days ago, big one. I can't remember. I thought it might have been an earnings play, but it is not an earnings play. Now, maybe it's finding some support right here at around 6. Well, obviously, it looks like it has. I'm looking low or looking left, and that is the low. So a bit of a pop here off that 6 level for SHMD. So you see, now that I got rid of the ETF hack, I'm starting to get some ETFs in here. That's okay. So you get boil and cold. Okay, so this is so natural gas, boil, and cold is the going to be the reverse. I cannot remember the last time I bought an ETF. Okay, now let's take a look at this PRSO. Let's see, it had the big pull, pretty big pullback, got up to 207, pulled back down to 181. I mean, that is a big pullback, percentage wise. But now it was holding at least the top of the wave on the 2 minute, holding the top, did not pierce. Let's see if it gets back over 2. Now, if it does that, where could it go? Yeah, 220. 220 is the next high looking left. Someday in this week, which was back in October, someday in this week there was a high. So it may not have enough room. ETSA, guys, ETSA is now back over 501, 505 on the bid ask. It has a little bit of room to that high around 540. That's the high looking left 2 days ago. Not a bad little run in a couple of weeks from 70 cents to almost 5. Not a bad run. What a run this has been on. ACHC, guys, ever since its earnings play, has not been affected by the market at all ever since its earnings play. ACHC. What a run it's been on. I don't mean just not affected by the market just today, but over the last, I mean, ever since it had earnings, it's been basically straight up. ACHC. Now coming into maybe high right there is 25.23, so it is right at that high. If it can take that out, you would think there'd be a lot of resistance here, though. A couple of weekly highs, 27.45. Well, that's $2 away. Can it really get through this 25.23? The Gap had a bit of a pop, guys. Earnings play. Gap has had a little bit of a pop. I think about a 20 cent. Yeah, right at the VWAP now. Okay. Gap is an earnings play, still down 12% for the day, but it has come off the lows. Yeah, 20, not much. It's not like it's a massive pop off the lows. And also, there's the 200-day moving average. So the 200-day moving average, that could stall it. The 200-day moving average is 23.98. So you've got the VWAP, and then right above it, you've got the 200-day moving average. So I mean, that could also stall it. And again, the gap is an earnings play. Big float, quarter of a billion in the float. It's a big move, 12% move with that sort of a float. Oh, a little leg down now for the LXU. Look at this. Big volume came into LXU. Another leg down. Again, another one that had great continuation of earnings, but today is the day maybe where a little bit of profit taking. I don't. And there's probably no specific news on it, but I had a great run after earnings back in February 26th, so a week ago. So that's a pretty parabolic move down. I mean, look at this potential bounce, perhaps. Whoa, it's a well, I mean, look, what if it takes out this high here? It's too bad, PJ. I know, we're looking at this one on the halt, but it got about 40 or 50 cents below the halt price, and I just kind of forgot about it. Do they have any news? I mean, some of these things don't have any news, or was it just kind of silly little news? I mean, this was a 68 cent stock a couple of weeks ago. Let me see if I can find any news. So that day right here, that was the day it started. It's moved to 224. Let's see if I can see anything on that date. Yeah, we're only going back to 227. I don't see any news on it. I mean, I don't, this news, it doesn't have anything to do with it. Might have been something. I just don't know what it is. Not that it really matters. It's just become, something that traders are piling into. Well, you're right here. It's right here now, guys. So look, if it takes that out, where could it go? Next high is looks like 551 or so, and then 6. 551 on the monthly chart, and then 6. Okay, guys, it's 11:54. So in about 5 minutes or so, I'll be taking a break. Andy Lindloff will take over for me in our YouTube room. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in the main room. Head over and listen to Andy for his hour if you want. He'll be there for between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And I'll put my announcement up. Of course, I'm staying until he shows up. So Well, look at Etsa now, guys. EDSA, look at it now. So it's taken out that high like nothing so far. Well, this is crazy. I've got to find the tab for my music player. Wow, look at Etsa now. I mean, what a miss. And this is not shortable for me. I think there might have been, I think shorts may come in and out at Interactive Brokers, but it is certainly not shortable now. If there were, I can't remember. I can't remember looking earlier if there were shorts available. But right now, if there were, I'm sure 595 down to 543. What a, and again, right at that high now, right at that high of 2 days ago. Well, we're talking about that QCLS. Remember how it held the VWAP a couple of times, and now it's making a new high. QCLS making a new high. So some of these cheap ones, guys, are having great days. Keep an eye on the PRSO. I mean, I don't know. It looks a little iffy to me now, but you never know. I'll put a price alert in the 2 level and see if it takes it out later. The problem I've got is that 220 is there, but the way some of these are trading, some of these, when you look left, some of them, they're not really mattering today on some of these small ones. Another low float, 7.8 million in the float, 18 times relative volume right now for the QLC. And that red line right there, that represents a daily high. So, well, you can see it right there. There's a daily high right over here that it is going to be maybe a challenge to get through. That's at 493. And there are shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, almost 600,000. So there are a lot of shares available. If it cannot get through that, might be an interesting short. And that's for the QCLS. All right, guys, just waiting for Andy to show up. It's 11:59 plus 30 seconds. So just waiting for him to show up in our YouTube room. Yeah, I didn't take this one, but PSKY just inching its way up. There's a nice break and consolidation on a 2-minute chart. 1207, but it's a big float. It's going to take a lot to keep moving it. All right, I heard a little pop, so I think Andy is in our YouTube room, guys. So in the main room, I'm going to put myself on mute now. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I'm pretty sure I can welcome Mr. Andy Lindloff to our YouTube room.
Can you hear me?
Whoop.
Did I lose you?
Well, I'm hearing you now.
Okay.
I'm hearing you now. However, you sound a little muffled. You normally are crystal clear.
It has two, I don't know, it has two Andys over here. Let me, the little bottom screens at the bottom? Let me.
Yeah. Maybe get rid of one of them.
Well, I'm afraid I'll get rid of the. Can you see my screen? Let me ask you this. Can you see my screen?
Let's see if I can see your screen. I can. Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay. Let me.
I think yes.
I'm trying to see how I click on the three dots. How do you get rid of one of these?
Well, you got me there. You might want to start. Maybe you want to start fresh, and come back in. Just get rid of everything and come back in, or is that going to cause another problem? Because you did. Oh, are you gone? We're waiting for Andy to come back in our YouTube room, guys. So bear with us. Okay, another little pop. So you're back, Andy. How do you sound?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I mean, look, it's doable. It's just not as crystal clear as it normally is. It sounds a little muffled.
Yeah, I don't know what be causing that. I may have to go and check the audio component again, but
it's okay. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's not like it's hard to hear or anything like that. It's just not as crystal clear as you normally are.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's causing that issue, but
okay. We'll worry about it next Friday.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. There we go.
Okay,
All
Andy.
right, man. All right, Gary. Thanks.
In about an hour. Okay.
All right. Let me share my screen real quick. Oh, I hope I didn't mess anything up. All right, guys. I am sorry if I sounded muffled, but hopefully you can make it out. This is a support webinar. Hello, everybody. Do I sound muffled to everybody out there, or maybe that was just me and Barry's hookup? Okay, I do sound muffled. Okay, well, yeah, I can. I will work on that for the next meeting for sure. You have to turn up your volume, huh? Yeah. Let me see if. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to start diving into all the components and waste a lot of time in troubleshooting it. But anyway, maybe it'll fix itself. Let me see. Hmm. Yeah, I did a video with the same setup this morning, and I didn't experience any issues there. So maybe it's something in StreamYard. Let me check just one real quick here in StreamYard and see if I can do anything from here without screwing up. Let me hide this right quick and go to settings, audio, default. Yeah, what is this? That somehow changed on me. Let's see if this.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Is that any better? We're still muffled. I may have to, since I reset those settings, may have to uh, restart StreamYard, which I don't want to do. We'd lose. Okay, it's better. Good, good. Yeah, somehow the StreamYard took me off my default setting. I'd already set the default in here since I have my new computer. Oh, good, good. All right, good. Now we can talk market and stocks. And if you have any questions, guys, this is a support webinar. Just drop it in the YouTube chat and I'll do my best to answer it. And other than that, we can talk markets. I did in my morning video, I talked about the cues. One thing I am liking about the cues lately is regardless of the action we're seeing, which is no fun, look at these including today, these last candles. It is being bought up, so in these drive downs, it's no fun. But you can see the last 6 candles, if this one stays green, are all green. So that is encouraging for the technology sector. But it makes it real tough for swing trading, I can tell you that. I got way too many positions over here. And really, if I could get my Bitcoin to bounce, I think I would have uh, an okay day, at least come back to flat. But yeah, Bitcoin's really hurting me. I mean, I'm still up in my I bid. I've been up for a while, but man, really needs to hold on to this level. And XRP, I think I'm probably going to, if I get a decent bounce today, I will. I bought some more down here at 72 earlier, but I'm looking to probably uh, because Bitcoin's been well outperforming this XRP. It wasn't always the case, but recently it has. So maybe looking to basically get out of this one and rotate more into Bitcoin. Yeah, the market. You know what? It's webinar, so this is the hour where the market loves to inflict pain. So maybe cutting some stuff here, like this, or thinning out at least. But me and Steve always joke. It's like, oh great, I got to go and do my webinar, and this is when they start crushing the market. But let's see. I guess Amazon's been holding up well for me. You can see it's definitely broke out of this range, and it's been kind of holding that level. So hopefully that remains. Looking to add to that at some point. Microsoft is trying to get out of this kind of area. It has, but just in other words, it's not pulling back as hard on those dips. So I kind of like the idea of Microsoft finally bottoming. Well, time will tell. Tesla, not so much. Yeah, it needs to get back above these moving averages. So Tesla's not doing too well. So that would probably be the first one I have to let go if it breaks back through that 200. Just going through some of my trades while we're waiting on any questions that may come in. Bought some China stuff this morning just because they are actually up on the day. K-Web thought I caught. I mean, these things in pre-market in the overnight was doing much better. Now it's just starting to get a little droopy. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have to thin out some of this BABA. Let me see real quick. Yeah, it needs to hold that. It needs to hold that moving average there. I've already banged out some profits in that K-Web, but hopefully this one. Not sure how much of that stuff I'll take home, but Path I've been trading really well. Path is one that I started buying back over here on this right here on a huge print, huge volume bar, nice little hammer near all-time lows, and love the way it's kind of slowly grinding higher. It does have uh, earnings next week. I did take some advantage of that weakness in pre-market and bought some. SMC. I have been in for a long time. Basically, the day after earnings, I think I started buying this thing. I still think this has the potential eventually to break out of this range. It's been looking basing forever. If it does get above this, might want to put your price alert. It gets above that 35 level. I think of this be going crazy. But and then I wanna stay in it, so that's why but at the same time, it's doing nothing, so obviously I take some profits, I grab some size sometimes, look for, a push and take some profits and maintain a core position. I do that a lot of time when I'm kind of looking for basing patterns like this that you're not sure if they're going to go or not. Alright, I got something to show you guys that I kinda put together last night. So I asked Grok and, ChatGPT, some potential, newer technologies similar to, back in the turn of the century when you had Amazon and Tesla and Google and all those companies that were, just breaking out. I mean, just starting really, that a lot of people, a lot of boomers are basically retiring on doing really well. But so I asked it, the new technologies moving forward that's similar to that, and both of them came back with, AI infrastructure, not just your AI stocks like the ones we've been looking at, but the AI infrastructure stocks and robotics. So then I asked them to put together me some spec plays, and both of them came up with the same, pretty much the same plays, and then I found that interesting. So I built me a little uh, infrastructure robotics top list to and drop those names in there so I can keep an eye on this kind of keep an eye on this sector and not doing too well today, but there's a couple that's on my list. As a matter of fact, I nibbled some SYMB because both of them were really high on this SYM. So I don't know why I threw a B in there, but SYM, which is kind of on the lower end of its range. Some nice little support level here. Now, if it breaks that, I mean, you still got to trade it. You still got to be a trader and just not jump in something and just hope. but at the same time, a little nibble, maybe just to get something on the radar. An interesting path, which is more of an AI type software, was on one of them. Both of 'em- see, this is kind of a under the radar type. This Inod, which actually had a good little pop this morning. Nibis, and I know a lot of people like Nibis. That one's potentially one, to keep an eye on. And yeah, once again, the markets. I can see us hanging out, waiting for the weekend. See what happens. Yeah, a lot of these just obviously has been kind of being hit because of the tech sector weakness, but a couple of them are in a good spot here, like this APLD. I do like this if it can get back above. This is obviously a pivot level here at the 20, call it the 28 level. Let's call it 29. But if it does get back above there, maybe worth a nibble. And A Lab too was another one, Asteria Labs, which is after had earnings, and it looks like earnings weren't all that great, but trying to find a bottom down there. Boy, I played own so terrible this morning. Well, that's about where I sold it, but it had so many head fakes. You can see all the topping wicks. I was in it overnight, and got that move, and I think I scalped it at like, I don't know, 1080 or something, like probably about where it is now. But man, went another 70 cents on me, but oh well. Well, I see Bitcoin is trying to roll over again. So man, I just may have to just cut this XRP. I If it can't hold this level, I'm just going to. They're probably just slopping around waiting for the Clarity Act. I did pick it. Lunar has just been the toughest to trade. Had that nice setup going into yesterday, and then I was in it, and of course it gets you out. Bounce is just very sloppy. So I bought the pullback around 1805, I believe. Man, Marvell. I was hoping that would pull back to that 50 period this morning. I had a bid and I couldn't get it. It did yesterday in pre-market, and I just didn't. It was too soon after the announcement for me to trade it. But God, yeah, I pulled down below 82. I should have picked some up. Oh boy, I got to come down. I've been standing for too long. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to do too much today. You saw the jobs numbers this morning, right? Had the pretty weak. Sorry, just checking out something real quick. I think that the jobs numbers was just basically about AI casualties. Probably see more of that. But could work out for the companies in the longer term. BBAI had a nice little pop this morning, and actually, sound was actually one of the ones that I think it was Grok or that mentioned as a I know it was Chat GPT mentioned as a interesting AI audio. I guess they're doing pretty well and think it's going to be in a lot more stuff, but so in that one, but not doing a whole lot. But if it can get above yesterday's high, may follow that BBAI. They typically will kind of mimic each other in pattern. Now, Lunar did. I hate when they do that. It did tickle that number, which was, let's see, 1914. Now you do have some congestion over here, so this thing I really probably should get above 20. It just okay. Sound is definitely want to know if it gets through yesterday's high. All right. Starting to get a little bit boring, isn't it? And just not a whole lot happening. It's been in this kind of funk for a while. It kind of gets old. As a swing trader, you'd rather market just have a nice correction for about a couple of weeks and be done. But this is just a slow grind lower. I mean, barely lower. It's just boy, a lot of this stuff I'll be thinning out before the close. There's no way I'll hold all this. May start thinning out pretty soon. And this thing would be the first. This is one that yeah, I actually have actually made money on when I know you guys come in here and see this in there, but this had a huge volume down here, and then afterwards it had a big green. So I like to kind of play these things in case of small size, in case of a potential reversal, kind of like I did with Path. Uh, but yeah, it's not showing me anything now in 4 days. Maybe just cut this thing. I was lucky. I scalped some the other day. XRP on that day they had a nice move. Wish I'd scalped some IBIT as well because I had some much higher profits than this. But looking for a true swing trade in that one. Just actually a longer term trade, hopefully. So trying to stick with that one. But this XRPI that came all the way back to basically, one of my entries. So it's like, yeah, that's enough. Well, poke your head back up there, Baba. You're due a bounce. Take a look at oil, man. I tell you, that needs to come down. It's just there will be a day where this thing's gonna get smashed. It's very similar to what you saw in silver lately. As a matter of fact, so these? Well, that's the never can remember. I don't short oil that much, but what I can't remember the symbol for the reverse. I type in oil, see if we don't see what comes up. Isn't it? You see something? Doodle Dum says MOBX. It's something to. Yeah, that looks interesting. Yeah, not one I would check. I mean, me personally, I would rather catch it like around the $1 range, because up here you can see some sellers definitely have come in. But let's see what happens this time. A little bit of volume coming in, and Bitcoin goes to lows real quick. Let's see. I tell you, this Bitcoin's at a critical level here. It needs to hold on. Let's take a look. 30-minute chart. See, this one's already backed up from where it took off. That's just ugly as it gets. And Bitcoin likewise, but not as deep as yeah, this is a critical level. You can see definitely a pivot level it needs to hold on to. Otherwise, we're probably looking all the way back down here to 67, which is I don't even want to deal with that again. God needs to hold. I'm about to dump you too. Breaking that base. And the market's starting to put in, the Qs are starting to put in about a 2-hour low, trying to, Bitcoin goes to lows, and probably just going to dump this XRP and just stick with my Bitcoin. Basically, if I'm looking on, I'll just do it for a flat. I realize some profits, and then I'll just flat it, flat the other half based on the profits I've made. I'm going to go ahead and sell half now. That's pretty bad, Bitcoin. You're really testing my patience. I tell you, what I'm going to start doing. I'm just going to start shorting the market big time every time I start these webbies. Let's take a look at coinage. Now, look at that. Just mm, really need to bounce. Let's take a look at the trend. Looks like we're probably already broken the trend. Yep. Yeah, we did that a while back. Look at the 1 hour chart. Yep. Probably should have sold on that break right there. But when you look at the daily, look at that's just awful. Now you're trying to break the 10 on the daily. Probably a bounce coming, but like I said, I'll hang on to the Bitcoin and still positive in this trade, but barely. And but I got to let the XRP go because that hasn't shown me. Even on that move that we had, it didn't do as much as I thought it should have. Doesn't mean that can't change, but okay, I did get stopped out of half of that. Sounds holding up okay. Ah, all right. Let's see if we can. If that was the end of the move there in Bitcoin. Penetrate that. I mean, you're still kind of. I mean, even though it's kind of a little below it, you still here is definitely the inflection point. It's uh, needs to bounce though. I mean, yeah, you take out this candle's low, and then yeah, it's gonna get ugly again. Path has earnings next week, and I can almost promise you I'm going to hold some of this just because it's taken a big hit. I mean, this is earnings last quarter, uh, impressive, and yeah, I think it's one of those situations where when they get overdone like this, unless they're just horrible, they usually will get like a little recovery bounce, or if it's good, I mean, it'll just be explosive. But not sure how much, depending on how it kind of trades going into the close. But like the way sound held up during that little downdraft we had. Our cat was the top pick on the trader eye today, and of course, I missed it. You get caught up in those watching your positions on the in the after those jobs numbers, and it's like, okay, lunar held up pretty well too on that little down move in the market. Put a little alert if it gets above that level there. Okay, I did not get stopped out. Let me just make sure. No, I did not. Just don't know if lunar's going to go through on a Friday afternoon. That's my concern. And I'll just finish with another topping tail. Doodle Dum says Mobex again. Yeah, getting up to that critical level. Put a little alert up here. Yeah, nice little rebound in the cues there. And hopefully we'll see it in Bitcoin as well, because that's awful. I wonder if Ons is going to have another push. UMAC and RCAT holding up pretty well, but it gets back above 11. I tell you, it's one of those kind of things. A lot of people will not go home with much, if anything, this weekend, and it's one of those kind of situations where if you do uh, hold some stuff and we have a good week, shouldn't say a good weekend, but if the weekend over in the Middle East goes as planned and start wrapping up some of the, it's already slowing down in my opinion. And I don't know if it's going to have that big of an impact, but if it can be really quiet and everything kind of goes smooth, that you could see a nice little gap and rally on looky here on Monday. FF. Yeah, well, definitely not chasing that on a Friday afternoon. I'm sure it'll go. I'm sorry, Vin. I missed your question earlier. I had one of my screens were on top of it. He says, "Do you have a hard set rules that you abide by to get in and out?" Yes, I mean, I definitely have, stops. Being a swing trader, okay, they're obviously going to be more liberal than a day trading stock. Now, that being said, I am kind of an active swing trader, so I don't let these things, run against me. But I definitely have areas every time I enter something in my head, and a lot of times I'll put uh, uh, stops in there. I mean, some of these I have a stop. I know I have a stop in IO and Q because this one I was playing off this uh, hammer yesterday and had a nice start, give it up. Now I just basically now I got a tight stop on this one because it didn't do what it was supposed to do. So I think my stop in this one is pretty tight too. It's like 35.60 below this, basically below this level right here, maybe below 35.60, 35.58 or something like that. Uh, Some of the thicker ones, I don't just because I can keep an eye on 'em. Now, if I was going to get up and walk away for, 3 or 4 hours, I'd definitely put some stops. But since I'm here and I'm watching pretty much 6 hours a day, I can just kind of, I've gotten real good over the years, just kind of being able to look at a screen full of stocks and kind of know where they sit. Uh, I can always watch the P&L. And I don't watch the winners as much as I watch the losers, right? So Even though IBIT's getting killed today, I got a nice entry in this thing, and so I'm not having to watch it. That being said, obviously, if it comes back to a flat, probably have to get out. But to answer your question, yes, if I'm getting up and walking away, I will, or going somewhere for a couple hours, I'll put stops in most of them. The small position ones, I maybe not, but anything with size, I would definitely put a stop in it. LUNR is trying to get through that level. I mean, like something like this SMCI, I've been in for 4 months. It's been in this range. Yeah, a stop for me on this one is probably, down here below 30, so I just don't have to put these things in during the day because I'm always kind of watching. But yeah, if I'm on vacation or get up for, 3 or 4 hours and leave, and I always have my phone too. I can access my account on my phone. But far as getting in and now getting out, I do have a, like I said, a hard set of it's not mine is like an area. I don't have like, okay, I bought this IONQ at 36.16. I am going to, right when I enter the trade, I'm going to put a stop at lows. No, I won't do that. First of all, many times I'm only buying a half size, a third of a size, my initial position. So I'm really not even concerned. But IONQ is a little bit different just because there's your Mobex doodle dum trying to go through. So it kind of depends. If I'm playing a pattern that should do something like this IONQ had earnings, gap up, came down, bounced off the 20, had a nice little hammer. I buy it through the hammer. Okay, this stock, if it's going to be a successful trade, should continue after that beautiful hammer setup. It didn't. Okay, so in my mind, this is no longer working. Now, if it gets back above yesterday's high, now we're back in play, but I got a small size. And if it rolls back over, I just want to be out. I don't even want to mess with it. Something like a K-Web, I bought big size, okay, because I was convicted it was going to be, it had been beaten up. China was strong overnight, strong this morning. And so I had a pretty good conviction. I was watching it and I was ready to pound out should it roll back over. But so what I've done is I banged out some good profits and now I have to be sounds like you're running a vacuum cleaner and listening to news.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, actually, my wife saw him, so she's talking in the background. So there's no vacuum
Oh,
cleaner running. But
okay. I
it's
heard
just my wife is.
some sort of noise. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
are you trying to say my wife is making noise the way she talks?
well, I thought it was you, Barry. I thought it was you. I said it. I said a vacuum in the TV. I didn't say anything about your
No.
wife.
Okay. By the way, you sound normal now, so you
It
must have
was
fixed whatever.
for some reason, StreamYard went back to like the default settings, and after I'd put it on the one that I'm using here, so I just had to click that. My
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
get it right back on the one.
All right.
All
Do you
right,
want to
Barry. Well,
answer AG?
oh
He mentioned he's saying you just mentioned topping tail. Can you recommend an alert window that can showcase topping tails and hammers that can indicate a trend change? Well, of course, we do have
hmm
some real time alerts. I've never used them, but
no,
I don't know if you've ever used them before. But 2 minute, I think 5 minute and 10 minute, and
yeah.
maybe even 30 minute. I don't know if you've ever used them before.
You know what? I have a little. I'm being a swing trader. I kind of can look
Yeah.
for them, but if you want to, and I'll share this. This is a pretty cool, and I hadn't brought it out in a while, but let me share this with you. It's uh, bullish. Now it won't have a topping tail, but it will have a bottoming tail. Bullish. Come on.
So maybe you can just
It's
person can
slow.
just flip it to get the
Let me candlestick. Yeah, bullish candlestick patterns.
okay.
Let me just load it real quick and I'll show you. So what it looks for, and if we see, so it has green bar reversals, okay, and what it
Mhm.
looks at, it looks at yesterday's candles. Okay, so we have this
Oh, I see.
technology
Okay.
built into our
Right.
that goes out and finds all these patterns. This is a green bar reversal. We've seen a lot of those bottoming tail. So Lamont had a bottoming tail yesterday, and you can see there was the bottoming tail,
Mhm.
and not much of one, but doesn't have to be much of one. NTR. Let me see if I can. You're going to find mostly bottoming tails, and it's very difficult to find a doji and a hammer. But take a look at this. It's pretty cool. I'll share it with you. Let me put it back on real time and kind of give you an idea. Oh, there's a doji. Yesterday, see that doji yesterday?
Mhm.
All right, so let me just save and share this. And Barry's right. We do have, if you're a day trader, we have these patterns in our software. Just go to your configuration window, go to search, and there is the bullish candlestick pattern. But all right, Barry.
Okay, Andy. Well,
Yeah,
thanks again. We'll see you next
yeah,
Friday, I guess.
yeah. Have a good weekend, buddy.
You too.
Yep.
Okay.
All
Bye-bye.
right, everybody, have a good weekend. Bye bye.
All right, guys, I am back in both rooms. I just grabbed the screen, so I'm back in both rooms now. Give me one moment as I get my music rolling again.
Barry, are you able to share?
So I think I'm sharing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can you guys see
yeah.
Barry's screen? Okay. Yeah.
I've got
Okay.
Mobex
All
up
right.
there. Yep.
Okay. Perfect. All right, buddy.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right, guys, and give me a moment as I get rid of my message. Okay, guys, well, we're heading into the home stretch. I'm actually pretty encouraged what I saw here in the. I should actually rename this. I'm going to rename this right now. It's going to be a long name. Ah, it's a big one. Okay. Okay, what I'm going to do, up big yesterday, down today, okay? It's not necessarily down big, but it is down. So I'm going to just rename this. Actually, why don't I just call this daily reversals? Makes it a lot easier. I think I actually had one that was called daily. I think I actually did rename this a lot before. So I think I did. Daily reversals from the close, right? Okay, daily reversals from the close. It should look. You were talking about this one earlier, William, the MEOH earnings play. Let me see what the difference is. Why this is not being picked up in this one. That's why. Okay, my price was 2 and 40. I think I'm gonna expand the zone a little bit. This is probably what I'll use instead. Yeah, 2 and 65 is what I have. Okay. But I know why I kept that other one. Okay, give me a moment. I shouldn't have done that. So if you guys want this, the daily reversals from the close, I can give it to you. I don't know if this is the don't repeat version. No, it's the active version. Okay. So Marvel just continues to keep moving higher, guys. And this is the ETF for Marvel, MV, MRVL, sorry, that's the stock. And then this is the double of it, MVLL, the ETF designed for it, giving you the double the move. All right, guys, let me go over my homepage one last time this week. 110 right now, so probably going to wrap this up. William is going to keep the main room open till about 3:30. He said. I'll probably wrap this up anytime between 2 and 2:30, depending on how many questions I get. All right, so on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. And as always, at the very top, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my code. You can get 15% off the first month only using my code Barry15. First month only or the entire year. Doesn't matter what plan you choose, either our standard or our premium service. Well, I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room. And for those of you in YouTube, this is the other room, the trading room. Okay, so if you're looking for a little more interaction amongst other traders, you can come into this room. It is free also. A couple of bonuses in this room. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi opens it up. Thank you. And it also closes later. because I usually say I leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. Today, this room will be open till 3:30. Most days it's open to 3:45. So on a big day, 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Whereas YouTube is basically open between 9 and 2. Okay, because I do have to shut YouTube down when I leave. And if you keep scrolling down, you've clicked on my homepage link. Keep scrolling down a little bit and come to this area. Keep it simple. Get to trade of the week, and you can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, and you'll get an email, and it'll outline a potential entry for you, a potential stop for you. How you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you, of course. Education. The first thing you must do if you take out a subscription, or if you're wondering about the program, if it's a right fit for you, first thing to do, though, if you do take out a subscription, you must do this: 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can try this for a month. You don't like it, just unsubscribe. But you're not taking any sort of long-term subscription. Back to basics. This is for those of you who are new to trading. A free series of videos, 15 of them, all free if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section. There they are, the custom scans. They're not all technically scans. The SPY. I was thinking the SPY is looking a little bleak because it looked like it had taken out that VWAP, but nope, another pop up here. So it's at these highs up here. So maybe we'll have a nice rally into the close. Maybe. So this is what I've got here. This is the large cap gainers right here. This is the upside versus downside movers is here. I'm not sharing this one. I mean, I can give it to you, but it's not on my homepage. Okay. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market right here. Halts resumes. It's on my other page. And let's see. I do have another race that I'm sharing. You can take a look at it. It's a lot more volatile than this race. And I have 3 other scans that I am sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them. What do I think of Battalion, BATL? Well, I know it was ripping this morning, but let's take a look at it right now. Well, I mean, I do have shorts. See, the shorts come and go at Interactive Brokers. As we speak, I do have shorts available for this. I'm not sure how much more I can say. I mean, look, it's a little oil and gas stock that is running. I don't think there's any specific news on it. It's just kind of running with all the other energy stocks. I don't think there's any specific news on it. It did some financings. What do I think about it? Well, let's see if it holds 22. I mean, but there's a low yesterday, 1669. I mean, it has a long ways to go if it wants to keep moving down. You can see what it did. It got almost right to the high of 3 days ago. That's where it stalled. That's too bad. This might have been an interesting one that was down big yesterday, and now it's moving higher today. But it's coming right into that high of 1256. Yeah, I'm in Canada too, Dean. Oh, I know oil prices are, especially in Vancouver, are going a little bit crazy. But I mean, does that mean that battalion is going to continue? Understand that this was what I call a trading vehicle. Okay, somewhere somebody got a hold of this. Remember this was a $3 stock not long ago. And when the conflict started, some of these little stocks just went along with it. And then the next day got bid higher, big pullback. I think they did a financing. But there's no real, I mean, look, there's no real reason why this stock, I mean, it's got 3.9 million in the float. I have no idea even if they make any money. But that's what can happen, somewhere in the world, some group got a hold of this probably and just started pumping the heck out of it. And then, it's in the right sector. But, now it just took out 22. Here's how many shorts I have for that stock at Interactive Brokers. Let's see how it fluctuates. See if there's some covering. So I have 21.4K. Ooh, look at the fee rate. So you can see it just went down. So another 100 shares were taken, another 200 shares, then 100 cover. I mean, it's going to fluctuate. Meanwhile, Marvel again. Trying. It's trying. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts at this level right now. It's trying. I'll put a price alert just a little bit above it, see if I can induce it to move higher. Give me a moment, guys. I have a little problem. Oh, there it is. I got something open in my Interactive Brokers hidden behind. So my time in sales was not changing. Speaking of Vancouver, this is headquartered. Okay, now there's the MOBX. I put a price alert, not today, but that's at the high of a couple of days ago. MOBX. There's a high in a monthly chart at 144. Tough one though, I mean, look, when it had its big run, it got up to 123, and then the next day it got down to 77 cents. So I mean, It's now all I can say is that it's making higher lows. I mean, that's about the best I can say about it right now, making higher lows on the daily candle or daily bars. The gap is starting to make another little move in a recovery move, guys. The gap, GAP. This is another little move out of here. There's the VWAP. I mean, it's far. It's certainly far enough away. It's about $1 away. And I'm sorry, it's not $1 away. It's 23.64. So that is actually pretty close. Okay, it's actually very close, about a dime away. You're talking about this over here, JK, the red and they're not candles actually. It's a bar. It's a sort of a column, but you're talking about that. All right. So what this is, if you want to activate it on your charts, okay, I'll just show you how. Number one, go right click and you go to properties. And you see at the very bottom, it should say show smart risk levels. If you click on that, then you're going to generate that. But what do they actually mean? So let me click on a symbol here. I'll click on TRDA. Okay. So and again, this is just a guide. All right. They're saying if you took this trade right now at 1233, we've generated what is called a smart stop for you. Now it's basically, I think it's looking at ATR, average true range, 15-minute candles, highs and lows of the day, feeds all that in, and it generates what you could use as a potential stop. It just happens to be right at the VWAP. Okay, I think that's just coincidental, but you could use that as a potential stop if you wanted to. That's what that means. And then the green, you can't see it because the chart is not big enough. So if I took the trade right here at 1245, and let's make the math easy. Let's say that smart stop was at 12, that's 45 cents away. Then 90 cents on top of this, you would see the top of the green, just double the difference between where if you took the trade here and the stop. You just can't see the shading all the way up because my chart is not big enough. That's all. It's just trying to tell you, but it's something that I guess if you're kind of new to trading, you might want to try it. I've never tried it. I have my own idea where I'm going to put stops and all that, but you know what? I mean, it's probably one of the most difficult things when you're starting out. Where am I going to put a stop? And in fact, a lot of you might think, well, what does he even mean by a stop? Remember, every trade's not going to work. So you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working, so that you don't just destroy your account. I know we want every single trade to work, but they're just not going to. So that's what the stop is. And the stop, you should be the way I trade anyway, is that when I take a trade, I know exactly how much, assuming I can get out at that stop price, I know exactly how much I'm going to lose on the trade if it doesn't work for me. And when I say lose on the trade, I'm talking about dollar value. So, and I typically only risk about the same amount every single trade. So let's say, if it's $100, then I'm going to risk $100. Within reason, $100 every trade I'm in. Risking meaning if I lose on the trade, that's the max I want to lose. So how do I control that? Well, we make the math simple. In fact, let me bring up the Brokerage Plus. Because you can practice trading, okay? This is in fact one that I was practicing on a few days ago, showing hasn't moved at all. It's amazing. ACRS, I entered at 307. It's still at 304. But here's how you can do it. Okay. Here's how you can practice trading. Never mind all this other stuff. Okay. Here's how you can practice trading. So the first thing to do is if you click on new and then brokerage plus, you should get some kind of a window that looks like this, and you want to have a positions tab. Click on the positions tab so that it'll look something like this. Then the next step is to it might say it is disconnected. So if you click on brokers up here and then where it says paper trading, connect to it. Okay. No, I don't know why that showed up, but okay. Okay, so I'm connected now. Okay, I am connected. Now it's using our real-time data. Now, here's what you can do. So let's say I wanted to take the TRDA. So I click on the symbol. It's going to show up here. You can see it showing up here. Now, before I take a trade, I always know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. I don't do this after the fact. I don't take the trade and then say, all right, where am I going to get out of it if it's not working? The reason you have to know where you're going to get out of the trade before you take your position is because you have to know how many shares you're going to take approximately, because that is going to determine how much you're going to lose on the trade if it doesn't work. And if you're trying to keep it, like I do, to a number that's about the same every single trade, and in this case, I'm going to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. So if I were going to risk $100 a trade, let me try to find something with a little better. Let's do the ETSA. And why isn't it changing? All right, give me a moment. Remember, I had this problem one other time, and it wasn't what's supposed to happen. Of course, is when I click on a symbol. So let me just see something here. Give me a moment. Well, for some reason, it is not. It's not changing. I'm just doing this off. I'm trying to figure out why the symbol is not changing as I'm clicking on it. I am connected to the. Well, I'm going to have to. I don't know why it's not changing, but let me just demonstrate here. Okay, so if I took this trade at 6:30, and if I thought the stop could be 20 cents away, make the say at 6:12, if that's what I thought. I mean, look right there. I mean, it'd be a nice stop at around 6, but I'm just trying to make the math simple. So let's just say I took the trade at $6.30, and my stop is 20 cents away, not because I'm just making up a number, but because when I look at the chart, that's where I want to be out of the trade. That's where I might be looking at support. Okay, so 20 cents away. So if I were risking $100 on the trade, I could take 500 shares, because if it hits my stop 20 cents away, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. Okay, so that's why I'm not going to take the number of shares first and then figure out where my stop is. If the stop was 10 cents away, then I would take 1,000 shares if I want to risk $100 on the trade. But remember, these numbers, when I'm saying if the stop is 10 cents away or 20 cents away or 30 cents away, these are not arbitrary numbers. These would have to be based on something I'm seeing on the chart. I'm just using those numbers to make the math simple. And here's what I'm going to do. Well, that's nice. Ignore. I used to get that all the time, but let me, there we go. Okay. Okay, let me see if it's going to work now. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I forgot. And sometimes it's just a matter of exiting out of the program and coming back in. So here's what I was saying. So if I took ETSA right now, okay, and I'm going to take 500 shares. Again, I know where my stop is before I'm doing this. Sending it. So there I'm in the trade. Okay, 639. There was my entry at 639. So I would put my stop. Remember, I know where my stop is before I'm doing all this, okay? Okay, and you'll see on the chart, there's my stop at 619, okay? And which if I had allowed it to come down to the stop price, I'd lose $100. You see that? And I don't use Brokers Plus to trade, but I'm just demonstrating that's the whole idea. Now I wish I'd taken the trade for real. Look at that. 200. JK 200. So that's the next stage, okay? So if I know where my stop is, if I looked at I'm sizing this up pretty quickly. So if I click on an alert, I say, that might be interesting. Where's my stop? So it's 20 cents away. I would be looking left immediately at the same time. I would have to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade. Okay. So in other words, a 1 for 2 risk reward. And how do I do that? Well, of course, I'm always going to look left. So if this were truly a trade I was thinking about taking, and I was taking this EDSA, and it was 20 cents away, but I looked left and the next high was 5 cents away, I wouldn't take the trade. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 5 cents. But I will risk 20 cents to try to make 40 cents. Now, just because I think it could run 40 cents, of course, it doesn't mean it's going to. But I'm trying, but I don't want to take something that doesn't have a chance of giving me at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. Other things come into play, of course, too. I mean, it's not just looking left, but what if the 200-day moving average was on top or the VWAP was on top? Not that far away. I wouldn't take the trade. So I'm sizing this up pretty quickly. Okay. And that's why I don't take a lot of trades, because I have pretty strict I have a very strict way of taking trades. All right, something's going on here, guys. What is going on here? Why is symbol linking is checked? Ugh, what's going on? It's not changing. Is this because I'm in a trade? That can't be. It cannot be. This is in the simulator, okay? This is only in the simulator. Well, this is weird, guys. This is very weird. Why is this not changing to QPUX? This is this is the quantum ETF. Okay, not that that matters. Symbol linking. Okay, now okay, symbol linking. Well, it was checked before, but okay. You too, Ozzy. Well, hopefully the MM is still working well for you, even if it's just in the excuse me, in the simulator. You said you took a bunch of shorts right off the bat, so 18 trades. Wow. Well, that's why you need a commission-free broker. Okay, guys. Well, we're really slowing down now. I'm not seeing very many more questions, so we're really slowing down. So more than likely, I've only got about 20 minutes left in this week. Okay, I'm going to probably take off around 2, but I can always stay later if you have questions. I just don't feel like hanging around. So there's the gap, guys. We're talking about the gap now. Will the 200? Will the VWAP hold it? So thank you. I do have a price alert for VIR at around the 10 level. So let's see what it's doing right now. Yeah, it's going to have to get. Yeah, this is one that I'm seriously. If it can get back up to these levels, I might take a shot again at it. FJET saw this one. This one has really slowed down in the last few days after having that huge run. Well, that went from 443 all the way up to 1158 in well, 1, 2, 3, 4 days, and then it fell almost all the way back. Maybe it's getting set for another run, guys. I mean, there's the high looking left, so it's above that high. So the next high looking left is 1161. Probably have to watch this on Monday just to see if it, wants to start to fill this gap in a little bit, and that is the FJET. And will ETSA take out the high? Will it take out the high of the day? And because I think it has room to about 11. I think we saw that. Or sorry, not 11, but 8. 828 is the next high in the monthly chart, but I also think that that was on a daily high also. So I mean, it still in theory has some room. The high today, what did it get up to? It got up to 6, almost 7, 682. Meow is another new low here. Yeah, something's going on. I don't know if it's just because I'm going to get out of those trades. I want to see if that's the reason. I mean, that shouldn't be, but yeah, that was weird. I mean, the fact that I was in the simulated trade on these charts, for some reason, it was taking a while to load. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Meanwhile, ETSA just took another pop up after I got out of the simulated trade. Well, that would have been a nice trade. It's how you can practice trading, guys. Okay. People were, well, when do can I take this trade? What do you think about taking this trade? Well, you know what? You got to practice trading also. Just practice, see what happened. If you've got some kind of a setup, some kind of a scan that maybe you've created and you're wondering, well, is it any good or not? You know what? You can practice trading, using the scan and not auto trading. We're not talking anything about auto trading. We're just talking about taking trades and seeing how they would have worked, seeing if your idea would have worked with the stop you got. And was it a good trade to take? I mean, that's all you can do is you can practice and using our simulator, and it's a real-time data. So practice before you commit money to the market. And this still has yeah, that red line there, that is actually the next high looking left on the daily chart. Okay, 838 for ETSA. That's what that red line means. So in this month, right at the high of that month. So that would have been 2.5 years ago. And those shorts, guess what? The shorts have been covered, and there are no shorts available right now at Interactive Brokers. Remember the last time we looked, I think there were about, let's say there were 14,000, maybe 20,000 shorts. None right now, but I would expect. I mean, people are kind of be gagging if they're because who knows where this is going. I mean, the float is pretty low. Yeah, that's what so I'm saying, Todd, it still has room. 838 or 833 is the high. That daily high, 833 is the daily high. I am surprised it was not halted. But I guess these moves were small enough, just consistently moving higher, but just not the volatility that is required for the halt. Meanwhile, the market. So it could not take out that high. You see what happened? It had about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attempts on the 5-minute chart to get through that high. Could not do it. And now, again, we're testing the VWAP on the way down. But this is your classic definition of an alpha stock. Okay. It does not care what the market's doing. It doesn't care what its sector is doing. It's just completely oblivious to everything. It's just trading on its own. So I mean, did anybody ever dig up any news on that one? Just on that day? I couldn't go back far enough. Our news does not go back here, but on February did they put out some news? February 24th? because it's a bio, so it's not an energy stock, so it's got nothing to do with what's happening overseas. It's a bio. Just have to resist the urge to chase it. I have to. I have no idea, Doodle Dum. I mean, I don't know what the news is. Hard to believe that it was a tree back here, but maybe. Oh, okay. I am wrong. Okay. It was phase 3. Obi is posting that. Clinical stage biopharma developing host-directed therapeutics for immunoinflammatory diseases announced today positive additional data from a phase 3 study. So it is phase 3. Okay. So, I mean, okay, there was obviously some positive news back on this day that caused the spurt, and it's just a continuation. I could have asked Gemini, but I knew somebody else had. It just our data, it went back to the 27th, and that was it. Now, should it be doing what it's doing? No. Okay. I mean, positive data, fantastic, but when you get a little guy like this and it's positive phase 3, it's going to attract some eyeballs, and that's exactly what's happened. Well, I'm ready on Monday to hop in on this one fairly early. I may have to break my rule on taking stocks, waiting 15 minutes. Boy, look at this MEO now. I mean, it's underneath 50, guys. I mean, big number. I mean, it's underneath 50. When I say MEO, I'm talking MEOH. The low there is 49.73. That's the low. Will that hold it? If it doesn't hold it, then the next low is 48.26. Yeah, that's why I would never be holding that overnight at EDSA. As William is saying, a stock that has gone from what, 3? Well, how about this? I mean, really, this stock went from 75 cents. This is on the 23rd, okay? 75 cents. And then on the 24th, I hate this. On the 24th is when they came up with the data. So this was a sub $1 stock. So you got to think that they're just champing at the bit to do a financing at these higher prices. I do remember that too. You're right, Todd. I do sort of remember that the CEO bought 10,000 shares. So he's got a lot of shares tied up. But yeah, you would think that they're going to have to do a financing. So that's why I would never want to hold this one. And as long as they don't do a financing mid-market, In other words, between 9:30 and 4. Yeah, it is not optionable. No options. Yeah. Doesn't trade options, which, makes sense. Remember, this was a 30 cent or a 70-cent stock a couple of weeks ago. The long-suffering shareholders that was holding this while all these months, several months under $1. Guys, it is now 2:00. So I think, unless there are some more questions, I think I'll take off for the week. Before I do take off, I'm going to put my homepage into the YouTube room in case somebody who still might be in YouTube wants to head over to the main room, which will still be open till 3:30. So there's my homepage link for those of you who are in YouTube. And you go on and head over to the main room, just click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit where you see trade room right here. It's free. It's free, just like the YouTube room is, but it'll be open till 3:30. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, so way earlier. So if you're looking for pre-market action, come into this room, 6:45. OB opens it up. Okay? So I'm going to shut down YouTube right now.